Welcome, hunters. Gin and Juice logging in. Well, this feels weird trying to get back into. Some people often say it's easier to start over, but I don't know. It feels like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it feels like starting over is harder than continuing something. But here I am. And you know what? I might as well get some music playing. What should I set this to? Maybe around there is fine. I don't know. But yeah, I wanna get back into this, and since I stream as well, I tell myself might as well do it on stream as well. No, I don't know. Here I am, completely blank slate. See, the problem I'm feeling about starting over, quote, is where do I start? I have an idea for the resolution, at least for the base resolution, something small. So when it's pixel art and you upscale it, it'll fit in integers, so there's no self-pixeling or image stretching that looks weird. Starting with 640 by 360. It upscales to common monitor resolutions just fine. Like if it's 720, you upscale by 2 times. 1080, that's times 3. Stuff like that. Planning on remaking my one-button fighting game, so to speak. The whole premise is that now there's one button, and the way to fight is basically different forms of QTE involving a single button. Think something like Kirby's Quick Draw, but with different prompts that show up randomly. I had made something like this before. I'm gonna try to remake it. I kind of lost the original files, so I had to remake it anyways. But yeah. Real quick. Really good balance. There we go. Weird. Nice even numbers. Yeah, it doesn't really fit though. One, two, three, four, five, six. Right there. $40 by $40. Still not good. And the button, maybe. I don't know why it splits into 5s.
This is perchance an interesting stream, Gin Juice.
You think so? I don't know. I haven't done game development or game coding or programming. It's like, I say that. But I don't know. It's been such a long time since I've done any game development. I don't know about the chat box placement. Might this be a good spot for it? Kind of covered up the screen. I don't know. I'm gonna put this like over here. I don't know. Whatever. Over here. I don't know. Oh yeah, starting over from scratch. I have to draw some placeholders real quick. Then I can go to coding. God, where do I even start? The resolution here.
Palace Cats, who knows how to write code to a certain degree, has not practiced in a long time as well.
Yeah, a lot of code I had were like scripts that I just set and kind of forget. I don't even remember how I've written any of them. Some of them I had help with the game making community. They told me ideas on how to write stuff, and I followed their ideas, and God, it's been such a long time since I've done any of that. Billboards. Might need that later. Physics, huh? I can have to find them in the room property now. I guess that's cool. What are these things give me? It's like mixed price, optics, all the same. Here's some sound. It's mostly the same things I've used before in this engine. I'm doing all the actual writing part, the coding.
Palace Katsu is going to be eating and watching House of the Dragon, but he will have you open on his second monitor to watch.
House of the Dragon? What's that about? We'll start with like so first object will be where exactly will be the middle? Taking the scale. They hold it down with 32 by 32, but it cuts off a little bit at the bottom. Because it's 16 by 9. And so that doesn't really work. There's still a little bit on the bottom. There, I got large scale. That looks terrible. A little bit there. I know. 634 by 64. Nope, that still doesn't work. That's bad. This is gonna bother me because I want to know if I can have a proper center part. That's fine. At least I know where the centerpiece for the horizontal will be, I guess. Man, this is gonna bother me because the way they'll do grid snapping, that's gonna bother me. Anyways, guess I'll fill up like I guess paint for placeholder art. Guess why not? Resize this. Let's do like 64 by 128, maybe. Zoom in. I know you can't see me doing the actual pixel art, but you'll see it when I pull it in the game maker. So I'll make one player red. Well, I'll make that the same real quick. So animation is basically actually 128 by 256. It's a little more on the screen, so it's too small. And then we'll do like the head here. Legs. You're gonna see some thumbstick figures. Torso. And like something like that length. Yeah, besides this, what about the space? But when they're actually doing some attack motion, that's based in the in the grid to draw it in. Okay. Images. These. Right. Here you go. Okay, so how do I place this in? This is yes, I can see how they are animated. Can I just copy paste? I cannot. Get an image. Okay, I can do it by that. I'll change the size. I can change it in here. I have to look at all the settings for these different stuff again. Right here. I can't. Oh gosh. How do I change the size? Texture settings. Mask. Size. Oh, that's an option. Okay. The origin point. How do I change the size? I just have to save file images. Oh god. Okay, I guess I'll have to do that real quick. Well in Paint there's no transparency. Okay, let me pull up into a site instead. Okay, new site. 2.6. Into that. Okay, pencil. Red. Couple that in. Halfway. Pop the torso. Portion. And as well. Leg. Arms. Save as. God. Starting to make the prototype is going to be the slowest process ever. Oh my god. Over here. Import. See if this works now. Putting pauses right on undo action. Okay, there. Placeover for player 1. And then I just take this image. Horizontally. Change color. That's gonna be blue. Yeah. Just like this one has lasers. Second fight. Yeah, we got player 2 here. This is so dumb looking. Oh, but that's prototyping for you. You make the dumb stuff and then add in the juice later. Okay, so player 1, player 2. Okay, let's see. So I put player 1 like right here. Player 2 is like right here. That looks fine, right? I don't know. There's gonna be a HP bar on the top and I'll fucking display them on here. You can see the player pressing the button. There's only one button. Yeah. Right here. Creative event. Let's see. See if I code. Okay, so on this thing I'll create a variables will be named player 1. I forget. Can I set the variable value? I can't. Does it work like that? Yeah. Change the global variables. Setting local variables is kind of a hassle. So everything's connected into one system. At least that's what I prefer. He's probably not done correctly. Oh, if I do it like this, they're expecting a string? 0? Okay, what did I expect here? Yep. Okay, I don't know. Everything's fine. What if I do equals? No, don't look like that. Just say p1 equals. Okay, no errors there. There's anything here. This one is for here too. Okay, so now I got 2 global variables. One for each player. I gotta think about the state machine names. Build over. I'll just name this one timer, I guess. Timer equals what's the name of this one? You know what? I'm gonna get OBS here. That's the way I can have a display like this. Be more immersive or more readable. I have to decide between the two. Let me look at a review of this on full screen. I guess it's fine. Let's see. Timer equals. Just name the intro real quick. Okay, so at their first creation, they set some variables and values with strings, so I can memorize them based on words instead of numbers. Gives me a lot more to work with there. Draw event. These are things drawn. So this is the thing I'll use to change the sprites whenever I need to. So draw sprite. I have a lot of sprites. I use abbreviations before each asset in the engine, so I don't get them confused, if that makes sense, between objects and sprites and sound files and whatever else I would use. Like, they'll have similar names, so I know which asset correlates to each other. You know what? Let's set the origin point in the middle for both of them. Am I gonna be this one? Yeah, like that. Okay, anyway, so I've named this sprite here. Draw this one. Open it. I forgot that if this value starts at 0 or 1. 0. And I can just set at its current x and y in the room. So x, y. There you go. I also need some text real quick. Showing it current state using the variable. Put debug. Draw x. X and y plus 150. Like those. The string will be that as a debugger. Just look here. State machine debugger. Okay, I'll do the same here on the draw event for player 2's object. Player 2. Have the value of state p2. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, I just realized you won't be able to see the test game window pop up. I'm gonna fix this thing. I guess I could just use this right after. Here. There. Method static. A primary monitor. You're gonna be able to see the yellow border because it's showing that OBS is capturing this display. Well, whatever. Just whatever. I think this helps out the one for you. On screen a little bit better. The way I used to do this was use the Game Maker's in-game alarm system. And instead of using that, I kind of want to do something else. Some of our clock, sure. And then zero value real quick. Step event. Something happens every frame. Just wait for now. Set up other things. Let's step here. Event. Need player object as well. Okay, okay, actually go back to here. Let's change this to starting out. I guess I'll also let me do intro. Okay, also set a variable for player button so that later on I can set it up to where they can rebind it, so to speak. How they'll do that, I'm not really sure yet, but I'll come up with something. The main gimmick is that I want the player to control everything with just one button. That's gonna be tricky though. I already have some ideas, like in the menu, you change your selection by tapping the button, and then you confirm by holding the button. I might not go to that full extent for everything, but that's just the main idea. So another global bar here, global bar, input P1, input P1 equals. Great. Now I gotta memorize the syntaxes specific in this engine. Keyboard key That's how it's written. If all else fails, look up the manual. Use the online manual. That's fine. See, it's a good thing I double checked because that is wrong. I need to put VK. Maybe it's like this. VK. And then how do I do? I do the letter keys. People need to. All the specialties there. Oh, I guess I did do it correctly the first time. Keyboard key. Oh, I think I have to set a value for this first. Or maybe not. Can I do it like this? I don't know, let's do it real quick for player 2 as well. And then the value for this one would be L. So the 2 different letters on the keyboard on each side. And then the defense. Let's see. So I'm gonna do it probably spaghetti code way, but that's how I remember doing things. If keyboard check pressed input P1 and with that here I need to check the state of the object. So if state P1 equals, what's the value I set? Intro and P1 equals L. here, except set these to player 2. Okay, let's see if it actually takes the input. Move the bulletin of use built-in variable as a function call. Okay, yeah, I figured that was not the correct way to do it. Okay, I need to look at the some more. Using the keyboard and then the keyboard string variable will be updated with keyboard string. Oh god. Yeah, let me do this window over here. So you guys can see what I'm looking at it as well. It's not that one. Sorry for that flashbang. This is how most drawing applications are. But yeah, here. How do I set it for letter keys? Virtual key constants. No key, any key, left, right, up, down, enter space. It shows all the special keys, but how do I set a letter key? It'll give me an option here for F keys and number pad keys. Different symbols, Control and Alt, and Shift. But how do I set board? Is that how I do it? Let's find out. Board. It's difficult here. I hope that's correct. Okay, that is correct. Okay, so I got the button working for each player. Now I gotta go and actually set up these things. I need this object in the room as well. It's right there. It'll have its own display later. It needs players HP bar. up at the top later. Which game engine did you pick? Well, as you can maybe see, I don't know if it's too small here. This is Game Maker. I've used this for several years. I was gonna say many, but then I took a long break, like years of a break. But I've used this engine all the way back when it was called Game Maker 7. And with its old red orb with a hammer on it as its icon. And it's gone through several name changes from Game Maker numbered to like Game Maker Studio, and then they updated the engine, named it Game Maker Studio 2, and now it's back to being called Game Maker. So yeah, that's the one I'm using, the latest version of Game Maker. In terms of coding, the easiest way to describe it is like it's like C++, but a lot more sloppy. I don't know. It's the best way to put it. But yeah, we got the timer object in there. So, how should I do this? Yeah. So now, if is state p1 equals neutral. Well, actually, no, before that, if timer intro and then checking for a string there. So then here, check for state p1 equals neutral and state p2 neutral. Timer equals neutral. Okay, I need some text debugger to show on screen for this too. So, got text on its x and y coordinates as a string for the variable timer. I think it's the one I said. Yeah. So this I'll be what the timer variable for step 2. Prototype. So if player 1 confirms, player 2 confirms. Okay, change it. Okay, cool. Now I can start setting up all of the state machine conditions. Alright, where should I start? Okay, so the idea is a random set of prompt is chosen to display at a random set of time. Time ranging from equals random range I'll set it between, I don't know, like maybe like between 1 to 10 seconds, so you're not waiting too much, maybe. I might set it down lower to like 8 seconds. And the way GameMaker works, at least from what I remember, I don't know if they changed it in this version, every step is 1 frame. And so if I set the game's frame rate to 60, 60 is 1 second. And then I could just let this thing do the math. 60 times 8. Okay, with this, honestly, I could probably set this whole thing in a switch function. I can do like case blah blah blah. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Let's put it at the bottom. Switch timer. Case intro. That's a string. Alright, now I can change all of that a little bit easier. Maybe I'll go like that. Okay. Okay, so is neutral. Is neutral. If log is more than 0, let's do something basic here. Log minus equals 1. What language are you using at the moment? The syntax for the case seems wrong in my experience, not the backseat. I'm too drunk to properly focus. Well, it's GML, which is like a, like I said before, a sloppy version of like C# and C++. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly though. What kind of value is that? It is saying something is wrong here though. Does that matter at all? Probably not. In the language I know, case is not a method call, but instead a method. So I might be off. I don't know. This is how I remembered using switch. You know what? If all else fails, I can always refer to the manual. No switch. Okay, it's not giving me a result. Oh wait, right here. Ah, maybe I need break. So it doesn't continue reading beyond it. That's probably what I'm missing. So, case, I will need to place break here. Maybe it's like that? I don't know. I could still be doing this wrong. Let me double check on the... Okay, let me see. What is that right here? Yeah, I guess I should back it out like that, just so I can understand it a little better. Yeah, this is the main problem, actually. I want me to do it like that. What's all this? At least with code. Here, let me make this big. Oops, not that one. In that case, it probably doesn't need this one. So case. I feel like I'm still doing something wrong here. What are you ever saying when I hover over the red? Oops. There we go. So let's just quit this one. Intro. Maybe I don't use break here. Let me double check with this. Why do they say break here? So it has a following syntax. Da, 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 da. Switch player lines, case 3, draw sprite. They don't use brackets here. They use colon. That might be what I'm doing wrong. feel like I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I need that. Okay, now I got it correct. I did not need a semicolon here. Okay, so with switch timer at this value, is intro. It'll check if player 1 and player 2 are at neutral. Then it'll change itself into neutral and set the clock at a timer. Let me also show the timer as text. Let me just paste here. Plus 10 string clock. So now I can see the timing variable for the clock. I forgot. How do I set the frame rate? There should be like a global game option somewhere. There we go. So yeah, using Gmail code here. Game set to 60. Have like default. Okay, that's fine then. Okay, let's make sure all of my variables are running correctly. So, player 1 confirm, player 2. The timer is going down. I need to make sure they are set at integers. How do I do that? Round. So, with this syntax, it'll read the range, the value from the random range here, and set it to a whole number. I only know JS and shit when you set the variable type. But then again, it's been a while. It's mostly the same. Like here in the create, so the very first frame, so to speak, I use the syntax global var to define a variable name, and then on the next line, I assign a value to the variable name. This is like 15 strings, so yeah, it's fine. Yeah, on the create event, so on the very first load up, this is how I do it. I'm explaining rubber ducky style. So global var timer, I am defining a variable name, and its name is timer. Next line, I give the timer variable name a value in the form of a string. The string name is intro. I'm doing the same thing again on the next lines. Another variable name as clock. With the clock variable, I'm assigning a value of a real number, 0 as a default. Then I'm moving on to the step event, which this is used to check at every frame. Very helpful for when you need to check stuff in real time. And that's why I'm using this one. So I'm using a switch function for the timer, because this will be my state machine, so to speak, for the overall game mechanics. So in the first case, if it's named intro, I got these to check the variable values of state player 1 and state player 2. When they both confirm and change into neutral, the timer will be set to neutral and the game will begin, so to speak. And then the clock will be given a random value between 1 and 8 seconds. And so now here, when it finally goes to neutral state, it'll check on the clock and start counting down. That's how that works. Let me double check here if I have it set to rounded numbers, so it'll be whole numbers. Player 1 confirms, player 2 confirms. There we go. See the timer going down. I don't know if it's big enough for you guys. And then 0. Okay, cool. So that worked. I want to figure out real quick how to scale it up. That's gonna involve layers and all that. I just kind of want to prototype the main game real quick. I don't know, let me check it again. Platform settings, window. Turn that off. I don't want interpolation. It seems it has an inbuilt rate at which the clock ticks down, same as old games I used to modify. They had unique tick timings. Yeah, but I wanted to create my own with the engine, so I have a little bit more control instead of relying on a quote-unquote black box. Or based on the CPU power. That is one thing I'll have to worry about later on, deeper in the development cycle, maybe, because, you know, having to program for netcode. I have zero experience with netcoding, by the way. That's gonna be a hassle. I just know base game engine coding. Simple stuff like XY coordinates and some geometric equations for physics, you know, on a 2D plane, defining and assigning variables, using the draw function, blah blah blah. Have a little experience with using shaders, like very, very little. That's gonna be another hassle. I have some experience with netcode. I left the stateless architecture to postman testing and shit at uni, but that's about it. It was one of my studies in it. I have to refer back to my project code to recall it. Yeah, I might have to do the same. I still have my my project file for the last project I worked on. This game I called Alternate Phase. It's like, I describe it as a bullet hell fighting game in a circular arena. If you ever played anything like Senko no Rande or Acceleration of Suguri, it's kind of like that. But like one of the main gimmicks is that you can choose your own set of moves. Like I created 18 to pick up from, and you pick 6 in your input for your own move set and play style, ranging from projectiles to melee attacks to other unique special kinds of moves like counter stance, reflectors, teleporting, dragon install, quote unquote, where you power up temporarily, stuff like that. You're 31, you're going with your old shit like StarCraft. Well, what if I told you the games I named were kinda old too? Maybe not as old as original StarCraft, like that came out what? Late 90s? Something like that. The games I'm naming, that came out on like around the 2000s, actually. Okay, I'm looking at the chat box overlay on the OBS scene, and I'm thinking twice on which one to use here. And I think I'll just use this one instead. That might be better overall. So you can still see the chat overlay, but not as much in the way. I don't know, I might still be fixing this like here maybe. I'll just use this iPad version. I used Game Maker in your first on 11. It was way different to this. At the team you spent growing up, that could a gun shooting Mario game would be. I was mostly new compared to Hello. He was legit putting FPS games when he was a gun shooting Mario game. That sounds familiar. I used to be involved with the community and people would post their game projects as a showcase for everyone else to test and provide feedback and all that. I remember one, it was like a zombie wave survival, and Mario's in an open field, he has a shotgun, and there were zombie Koopas coming in from the edge of the screen. This is 20 years ago, it's probably before your time. I can't remember how old you are. Well, it's just seeing how you're saying you're 31 and I'm 34. I'm older than you. So, yeah, maybe it is the same one that I'm thinking of. I don't know. There were a lot of projects that people put out there. Wait, really? Fuck. Yeah, I am also old. I remember back then, there were two game engines that were competing with each other. It was Game Maker and Games Factory. Those two communities were competing with each other. I was keeping up with both. And I do remember playing one where Mario had a shotgun. It was a quote unquote top-down view. Zombie Koopas would come in from the edge of the screen, slowly but surely, and Mario would have to fend them off in waves as long as you can. And they set up an online leaderboard for whoever can shoot the most and last the longest. There was another one that the Mario Forever guy used. Mario Forever? Been too long. I don't know if I can recall anyone from anything with that name or that title or that project, whatever. Yeah, it's been too long. Our one had Mario blowing up enemies to mass guts and shit. I mean, maybe it was like was it a top-down view? Did Mario have a shotgun? Was it against zombies? The main boss had a massive nutsack as his weak spot. That reminds me of Conker's Bad for Day. There was a boss like that where it was basically a furnace as a boss. A walking, talking furnace. And it had steel balls as the weak spot. If you remember that. Yeah? Anyways. Let me get back to this. So, I got the timer working. Why Game Maker instead of Godot? Because I'm more familiar with Game Maker. It's something I've used a long time ago. For a long time ago. Back then, however you want to put it. I don't know, maybe I could use Godot. Godot, however you guys want to pronounce it. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Godot. But I'm just comfortable with Game Maker. I've never used Godot before. I've used Game Maker for a long time. Back when it was called Game Maker 7, and then Game Maker 8, and then Game Maker Studio, and then Game Maker Studio 2, and now Game Maker. We've gone full circle. But yeah, I'm just more comfortable with this. I've used Game Maker back in like 2007 and never touched it again after that. Wow. Well, from my personal experience, it's probably mostly like 90% the same as you remember. But they have made some changes and additions, like making use of shaders and asynchronized timing. And there's stuff I can't even remember. They've made changes to how rooms work. You can assign more properties. I don't know. I couldn't tell you the difference between each of the game engines as I am not familiar with Godot. Never touched it. It's fine, use what you got it, not trying to change for what you're familiar with. I mean, there are plenty of games. Let me step back. There are several handful of games that are well known now, which have been made in Game Maker. Let me think. Hyper Light Drifter. I think Undertale was made in Game Maker. What else? Those are the two I can recall off the top of my head. I could probably look up more. Games made in Game Maker. Hotline Miami and Pizza Tower. And apparently Katana Zero as well. Oh, interesting. Oh, Downwell. I remember that. That was a neat little mobile game. Oh, Risk of Rain 1 was made in Game Maker. Oh, and Loop Hero. Ah, I see. Oh, and Rivals of Aether. That's the Smash clone. So yeah, there are several games that have been made in Game Maker, which people recognize, I think. For the most part, yeah. Anyways, let's get back to this. I should actually set up the health variables for each player. So again, global var. I wonder how to repeat doing this. I'm gonna refer back to the value. Global var. Global variables. Oh, this is a legacy function. What's a new way of doing it? Variable global. And maybe I should be doing it this way then, since this is the current way of doing it. With name and value. Okay, for good practice, I should switch to doing that then. Variable global set. 81. Copy, just make it a little faster. Close the set input v1 word a semicolons. Variable global set house v1 100. Did I use a bigger number range? I'll use 100 for now. Okay. Copy and paste here for player 2. There we go. Okay, now that I'm using the current method for assigning, defining and assigning the variables, let's see if it actually works. Oh god. Okay, so I can't do it that way.
Palace Katsunia's a perchance and stagan Mashita.
I see.
Palace Katsu has spoken.
I need to say string. Like that. I need to tell that the variable value is a string. Like that. So now it should work. Thank you for having that. And that is a good reminder. So let me stand up real quick so I can stretch. Oh, you know what? I need to set up the variables in this format for the timer as well. Date. Variable process timer. Block. Now let's double check if all of that should work. Okay, I'm still doing something wrong apparently. One. What am I doing wrong here? I have to name it like that? I want to use string values as the values so I can name them instead of numbering them. I mean, I could just do like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 using numbers as the values for the state machine, but then I have to check which number value means which state. I don't want to do that. So what was that here? Not a 0. What are other data types? How do I set strings? Now, there are so many different formats that actually light out the strings. I gotta figure out how to do this correctly. Code, searching the info, waiting strings. Basic, relation layer type. Data function X. Yeah, just for the draw function. Oh damn, how am I supposed to do this correctly then? Let's see here. String is simply any text that's been placed in quotation marks. Yeah, weird. Let's see. And go around the presence of patient knowledge for collective purposes. So that's the old way to do it, so this is the new way. Right here. It seems I'm struggling with how to set it as a string value. Let's see. What's the error again? Variable P1, state P1, not typical real. I get it. It's it. It's right here. Name. And that's the value. Set the value to a string. It's the name intro. What am I doing wrong here? Maybe I don't need quotation marks here. Nope, so returning an error. So what am I doing wrong here? How do I assign a variable value as a string? What am I doing wrong here? So I have to name the variables like this? Oops, what happened? Let me just click. No, I think click on that again. I'll use that again when I need for placeholder images. But do I have to set these? This? That doesn't make sense though. Okay, so if I do that. Oh god. I do have to do that for all of them. That's gonna be annoying. Oh, god damn it. I'll have to define all variables like this as a string. That seems so weird. Like, that really feels wrong. If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna go back to the old method. At least that works. Even though it's depreciated. And I was trying to plug in the constant. What? Alright, something's really wrong here. I don't really have a defined variable. do it like this then. Okay. Okay, this is perfect then. Global timer equals string. Global clock equals 0. Can't wait to hammer to help with this one in a serious way. I'm trying to understand the current engine's current method to define a global variable. Because I don't want to use local variables for each object. I just start to get mixed up. I want every variable to be a global name. I can have them all work in the same system. This way still seems wrong. I'm looking at this and it's saying this method is depreciated, which is silly.
Just letting you know, though it may be too much information, Palace Katsu has a serious anal infection at the moment. It fucking stinks real bad. Palace Katsu has spoken.
Oh god. I guess make sure you check the antibiotics that your doctor has prescribed to you and use a bidet or something to clean out your butthole. I don't know. Whatever your primary care physician has. Thank you for that. So do I have to type out global every single time? I guess there's a new method. That's so silly though. Have you considered praying to the gods of mathematics I'm Asian. I don't need to pray for the math part. I'm just trying to figure out how this engine defines global variables and calls back on global variables. And it seems the current method is to make sure you say each time global dot variable name, which that's so excessive. The old and supposedly depreciated method right here was that you say global var and then you name the variable, and then the next line you can assign a value to that variable. But no, this way is depreciated now.
I am white but I have a small dick MC Stagan.
What if I told you that your race doesn't entirely determine your dick size? What a weird topic. Why are we talking? Back to Game Maker. Anyways, this stupid method is the new way to do it. So... Robo state D1 equals string global in void global else P1 equals 100. Then I can get those evil rays. Oh, that's and here, same thing, but for player 2. And then again, but for player 2. There's probably a find and replace function I can do to make that faster, but whatever. That. Okay, double check if it works. Alright, cool. I forgot to change something. Player 2, they need this message L. Well, at least I know how it works. There's another thing I need to also.
Alice Katsu just crapped his pants again.
Go clean yourself. Make sure you are healthy and you're hydrated, and you're hygienic. Triple H. The best. And then here, do the same thing to player 1. Okay, you can see their house values. That. And here. I just realized something. Let's do a random value. This seems to always pick the same one. Right. How this engine works. When you say random, it isn't actually random until you tell it to randomize. So let me do that real quick. How do I do that though? Okay, let's see. Alright, so I can set the seed, the random number generator, random value. How will I do that in code though? This function will return the same value every time the game turns. First, we just track the game record generates the same initial random key every time to make the debugging a far easier task. To avoid this behavior, use randomize at the start of your game. Oh, that's it? Really? Okay. Okay, I'll do it here. Wow, it takes both ways of spelling. Okay. Randomize. Okay, and let's set the timer. I noticed it kept picking 400 as the timer, which that's like a little over 5 seconds, like 5.5. Okay, further. Okay, cool. And then let's hold it again. See if the randomizer actually works. Okay, I did get a different value. Alright, cool. That's all that. I don't need a fixed set of numbers to debug. I need to test if it actually randomizes the number. Alright, cool. We got that. Let us get the first prompt to actually work. Okay, so how should I do this? Okay. If global clock equals 0, Alright, I'm trying to think if I could integrate this into the switch function. I just write separate scripts. Like I just call upon them each time. I don't know. There are different ways to write modular code. I'm just trying to think of how to best do it. Maybe I shouldn't think about that now. I can clean up my code later. If clock equals 0. You know what? I can actually. This global shit looks weird as fuck to me. Yeah, it looks weird to me too. But apparently the old way, where you just define the global variables, is a depreciated method. I mean, it'll still work for legacy purposes, they say, but I don't want to rely on that if they depreciate the method. So I'll just do it this way to ensure that each time I'm calling on the variable, it is a global variable. And that's their current way, apparently. I don't know. Okay, so case neutral. If we've got more than 0.
We are all running out of time, Gin Juice, juiciest of gins. May you forever find your furry lover in the realm of humanity.
Well, we'll see, I guess. I don't know. Okay. So, here is over equals 0. I have to think of how to name each prompt. Okay, so the first one I'm gonna make, I will name it Bobo timer equals quick draw. And global clock again equals 60. So you have a whole second to press. I'm thinking, should I use this object to define each player's state in the state machine? Or should I use each object on their own? Yeah, I might do it within each player object, definitely. So how should I do it here? Let's see. Okay, I got an idea. Let's change this up real quick. Let's see. Switch. Double space. Space. Intro. Okay, so I have to call back on the go variable. And we have a for somewhere. Grid space constant code. Yeah, I might have to come back to it. Yeah, just to be sure. Something like that. And then again here, case neutral. Here I'll go ahead and set a fail state. So if you press when there's no prompt, when it goes fail.
Switch cases are not always the best when you can use if else etc.
You think so? I suppose. I don't know, because there's gonna be a lot of different cases. But I guess I can be more specific if I use if and else and all that. I don't know. I mean, the old way I did it was using if one thing, do that thing, else, blah, blah, blah. Actually, I didn't even use else. I would just say if this is equals something, and then on the next line, if this equals something else. I get very specific. That's why I'm trying switch functions or switch cases. I don't know. I don't know. Now I'm double guessing myself. Like, should I just stick to using if statements? Or should I use switch cases? Google, what do you think?
Switch case in my opinion should generally be used in the same way as a light switch IRL, but imagine the switch can be bent in multiple directions. And if else addresses multiple conditions. Then again I am drunk.
Well then, practically both methods are just the same. I'm just trying to figure out how to keep it modular. Kinda, but a switch case requires a specific input to start with, whereas an if else can be flexible. I mean, with GML's format, I really feel like both are practically the same. Because here, in this case, like, I'm calling to a variable, which that variable will pretty much always have an assigned value of some kind in the form of a string. So just call back to that variable, see what the value of the string is, and execute a function based on the value. The way I see it, that's really practically no different from just saying if value equals something, then execute this set of code. Like, it's really much, it's really just the same. I don't know, I'll just stick it to this method because that's already what I have. I need 2 more conditions to check here. If local state P1 equals neutral, equals have you tried using 2 cases in the same section? An if statement can do that. Not sure if a case statement can. We can have if this and this instead of just case. Okay, fair enough. But with the switch function, I am just checking on a single see with this, I'm checking on a single variable's value. And if I need extra checks, I can just put it in the code. Is number 2. Okay, so I got that set. Apparently I did something wrong here. Oh, what? Getting these. That's fine. Go take care of yourselves. Yeah, if you need to clean up, go clean up. You used to be a failed game dev, but then you fell into a radioactive batch of numbers and became the ultimate programmer. Spider game dev. My spider syntaxes are tingling. Alright, I'm convinced. I should just use if statements. If global timer equals intro There you go. It's basically the same there. So full time control. I can go to their state. Then full time goes neutral. And then set a clock. Range. And then the timer is neutral. If profile is more than 0, subtract by 1 per step. And then if the clock hits 0, withdraw. 50. Okay, next if global timer equals withdraw. See, because here's the thing, I'm gonna have to be repeating this a lot of times based on the conditions. I don't know. I'm gonna be repeating that a lot. I want to figure out how to simplify the code to just have this happen every time. Also, I think about modifying the code in the future. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. And I keep the code modular. Okay, and then equals 0. Did I even need parentheses here? I do that every time just in case. Get it? Just in case. Equals 0. Alright, this is where things will start getting repetitive. Remember, it is now 20 drinks. This will take away where it might be. Okay, I can have a secondary check here to make things happen a little faster. My second check will be or Bluetooth. See, I want this state to switch to the aftermath either when the timer ends or when both players have performed the prompt. So, for me to do that, I need to check on each player object internal state. State machines, guys. That's how you work with it. Okay, so global state P1 either equals. Yeah, I need to keep in mind every different variable, their state, and the names for each variable state. So we're on quick draw. If they press during quick draw, what would I name it? So their state will be named quick draw. If they press during the quick draw state, we will name that quick draw press. See, I also need to check if they are in a fail state as well. I wonder if there's a better way for me to check for one variable having two different. I mean, I could just type out the wrong way. It doesn't really matter. Maybe if I do it like this, string Okay, I am messing up something here. Wait, what I'm trying to do here is check if either the timer hits 0 or if both players' states are one of these values. Don't do that there. You know what? I'll probably do it without a secondary check for now. Oh, dude, I think I was missing that one. Okay, hold on. Okay, doing it like that seems to work. And set the clock to 60 for a whole second again, so that players can have time to see the end results of the current clock they just did. And then copy paste this again. Go back to neutral. And set a randomized amount again. This one I'll be using multiple times as I create more prompts. If you ever get tired and feel like giving up on game dev again, you should try Godot first. I'll think about it. Okay. Okay, here I'll also set both players back to neutral, like so. And then here, once I add more prompts, not prompts, I can add 4 statements to do the same thing after each different prompt. Yeah. Okay. This must be .in. Okay. Are you guys seeing the flow chart of the state machine? If those are even the right words I'm using for people to understand. If not, I can rubber ducky explain everything again. Okay, let me get rid of the switch statements here as well. If global state p1 equals intro, make it fair. Go to neutral. And then again, if it's neutral, make it fail. It's definitely code. Yeah. Okay, so. Add another set here. If okay, here they get the quick draw. That should be fine here. So if we are in withdraw state and we press, global seems overused, but I don't know modern game maker. Here, every time I have to call back on a variable, I have to make sure I tell it it's a global variable. Because again, the old way, apparently, the old way where you define it as a global variable in the beginning, depreciated. So I had to come up with a different way. The other way would have been to make these local variables, and if you needed one object to call on another object's variable, you would have to type something like the object name dot variable name equals something. Stuff like that. That would have been just as excessive.
Yes, that is correct. He is a smart gin juice.
Okay, so if quick draw, go to quick draw, press. Press? Yes. Do the same here, except for player 2. Oops. Oh, you're so drunk. uh, well, I'm hoping at least you're having a good time. Okay, let's see if we got the prompt loops working. So both players can... Okay. I figured out something I've done wrong. I need else's.
Katsu took a shit today and it felt like a Japanese Shinkansen or whatever that speed train is called shooting through his ass. Very painful infection.
Oh lord. Okay. Alright, this intro. I need else David's here. I'll figure it out. Really need them for times that the players are pressing. The thing is, do I need it here on the timers as well? Probably should, just in case. Maybe just in case. Like so. Alright, now let's check if the prompt loops will work. No, something didn't work. Oh gosh. Your hair is so dark and cute, it reminds me of a toaster. A toaster? Do sharks even wear sweaters? Roger Flump Schmeep. I know one shark. I know of one shark, I should say. That maybe kinda sorta wears a that could wear a sweater. Another VTuber basically. Your cat bot really seems to like talking about butt infections. Oh. Yeah. The little cat bot as you refer to it. That's you guys. That's the mascot. If you want to make use of it, come to my Twitch channel. I know I'm mostly streaming onto YouTube and onto Kick. And I need to figure out how to set up interactions there if they even have those options. I think they don't. Well, Kick maybe does, but YouTube surely does not. So, yeah. I assumed it was Twitch channel related. No. Yeah. Does YouTube have any, like, channel points redeem function? I know they have, like, super chat where you pay a certain amount of money to get your message highlighted or whatever. And maybe I could set a function related to that as well. And I don't know. I gotta look into those things. So many things I have to do as a VTuber and a streamer. Oh! Okay, but I failed something here. I need these two combined somehow. know what? Forget this secondary check. I'll just do without it first. I don't think so. Probably process a steady point system up. It sounds like a pain in the ass. Yeah, I wouldn't really know how to set that up specifically for YouTube. Okay, with this whole setup, what am I on here? Oh, I need this. That's what I think. I was also thinking. I've done this before. I also gave players a quote-unquote defense option to where if you're not confident with a prompt that shows up, they can react to a prompt a different way to reduce incoming damage. Instead of doing it the intended way, they do it an alternative way for defense. That might complicate the code a little more though. I could do that, but I'll have to do even more different checks of each object's state to do that. Do I want to do all of that? To give you an idea, I already have three different prompts for the player to react to. The first one is your basic quick draw, where as soon as the prompt shows up, you have to be the first one to press it, faster than your opponent, and depending on how fast you press, that's how much damage you do. The second one is when the prompt shows up, now 2 seconds to press more times than your opponent. And if you press more, depending on how many times you press, that's how much damage you do to your opponent. The third prompt is a bar that shows up, the rising arrow, which goes up. And your job is to try pressing at the very top without going over. Code looks so weird to me. Timers used as conditions. Way to junk this. Well, see, I'm using timers as conditions because that's how the game is gonna work. It's a one-button fighting game where you have to perform based on the prompt that shows up, and so it's gonna be all timing based. I just had over 3 wine bottles. Oh my god, my brain isn't working the best. Approve of the gin and juice code fee. Ah yes, thank you very much. I'm hoping I can get this all working properly. Anyways, I need it. So something didn't work here. Overtime a quick draw. Okay, 0. Ah, right here. Need to check in the global clock. Not the timer state. That's probably what I did wrong. Okay, let's see if that works. So player 1 confirms, player 2 confirms. Timer goes down. Players press. We're back to neutral. And press again. Back to neutral. Okay. The game loop works. Now I actually need to add some conditions. Win and lose conditions to those things. When you're bored, watch Biggie Smalls featuring Thomas the Tank Engine. Not a stream though. Thomas the Tank. What do you think about adding a defensive option though? You know what? Since ads are running and I need to go pee, I'll think about it during the ad break. So I'll be right back. Oh god damn it! You are right. I was muted the whole time. God. Okay. Well, I got the game loop working, and the values are actually working. So the player that does better will do damage to the other player's health. Ah, God. Thank you for telling me, though. Okay. Let's just set their speed back to 0. This is actually redundant. Okay, let's check. Okay, so player 1 confirm, player 2 confirm. Player 1 press faster, 20 damage. 2 press faster, does damage. Player 1 press too fast. And then player 2 will do it at the right time. Does damage. Player presses.
Good night, sugar tits. I am too tired. Nighty nighty. Don't let the game bugs bite.
Oh, okay. Good night, Sia. Take care of yourself, okay? You have an infection. You should probably take some meds for that. And keep yourself healthy, hydrated, and hygienic. To rename those variables there. Okay. Those correct. Twitch ash. Ow. Wow. Yeah, I guess it happens. But yeah, thank you so much for reminding me that I was muted. Because I did not realize I was muted. Do I give out readings? You know, I was thinking about doing a month, a general month reading. And I decided to just hop straight into doing the game dev. But yes, for 5,000 channel... 5,000, was it? Yes, for 5,000 channel points, I would do a tarot reading for you. Should I draw placeholders real quick? Yeah, might as well. Okay, to the side. Okay, you can't stay for that long. You know, stay long because I love the stream. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I mean, even if it's just for a moment, helps a lot. Any amount. But yeah, thanks for coming by. Good one for the next mission. Okay, let's see. Sure, something like that. Alright, there. I think that's necessary. Next word's PNG. Again. Here. Yeah. Fail. And then the horizontal get video to somewhere blue. Export again. These are both for like charging up. These faces are just look so dumb. Export PNG. Horizontal. Hit. Like that. need the punch. Maybe not there. Need the punch. I know these are that's so dumb. Rodanto. Like that. Now I need one for them getting hurt. Something maybe slightly exaggerated. Ugh. Bam, they got punched in the tummy. I don't know. Okay. That. Right. Right, that's all I need for that. Like this for now. Hey, second workspace. I need more Sprite. How am I doing? And okay, let's begin. Charge. Okay, probably answer. I don't even know if I can do that part correctly. I'm doing it just in case. Enter SP2 pouch. Then I can go back here. I can do stuff in the draw event. Okay. If Turbo State P1 equals control. Hopefully that way's fine. Okay. Use neutral. It equals big progress. sending it over here. Okay, if these two neutral. Fail, play fail, press, got charge, different, draw, punch, if lose, draw, perfect. I'm gonna do that just in case. This here I can also do for pi. Now they do that all for player 2. Let's see if all of that worked. If there is, I don't know what it is. Well, something broke there. What happened? Hold on. Okay, it stops drawing after something. Oh, I need to find every state. Okay. Okay, or withdraw. is messing up here? Does space make a difference? No. Right here. Let them put ore. I'm dumb. Oh gosh. I'm impressed. Both ones. Yeah. One fails. Oh no. Press. Oh, wait. I'm still not going right. There we go. Quick debug. Yeah, now we got some innovations here. Okay, well, I got the state machine to work visually now. So there's that. I had to do all of this and add sounds too, and then put in the sounds. Whoa! Oh yeah, would you look at that? Just under 4 hours, I got a quick prototype working here. Yeah, it's just so silly. Actually, increase the origin point for the pounds. We can be further out. inward when they pound. It is out. Pounds, dude. Pounds. Now I have to think about the layering. That's gonna be a problem. Oh yeah, look at that. I got this working. Even as the working button, if there is one. That goes quick. Center. Ah, there it is. I can see it in full screen. Oh yeah, quick prototype of my game. Looks like this. Normally you will not see that timer. Ouch. We perform faster. Yeah, we're dead. Let the click turn off. That was weird. Put these back in the center. Well, I got something there. I was thinking, yeah, let's go ahead and set up the second prompt. their timing differently too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this carefully. Code this correctly. Auction? Is that how to do it? Indeed, that is the way. Back here, Okay, the next one will be rapid app. I just learned how to do a secondary text in here. I don't like this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a second text. I think I said it here on the step. I'm gonna have to create that this quick. Just right now. press. Global speed plus equals 1. Keep increasing by 1. Okay, I'll do the same. Layer 2. Okay, well that's either works. Oops. Let's hope that works. Both layers. Okay. Is fine. just have that weird of a luck or no? The timer is randomized. Like, I'm getting precise time. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they just have weird luck. Okay. I got the second prompt working. I need to check on. Okay. I'm gonna draw some placeholders for the different prompts. How should I indicate them though? Because I want it to be visual. Let me just pull up my drawing app real quick. Okay, how should I do this? Would make them color coded in a way. That is a good idea. Okay, so for quick draw, I mean, it'll be your typical exclamation mark, something like that. That Okay. That's almost right. Please. Import. Is withdraw and is rabbit tab. Okay. This thing. Just right. Have a look at that. Just right. Okay, so it does start at 0. That's what I wanted to double check on. 0. Code X and Y. Add another condition here. If the timer would do that. And then here, with this rabbit tab, that one. I'll actually hide those two. Let's see if that works. I need to change their center point. And center. And center. Randomizer is picking quick draw so much again. Well, at least I know it works for the most part. Move this here like that. Probably do a quick drawing of their nose. Goes away. Let's want some house bars. Color. Let's put in line one. Okay, 640. 360. Let's do X1 and Y1 is the top left. That is the first point. And 20, 20. And then 20 plus local health B1. Times 3. Y2 is 40. Color. That's how it's gonna put on that. Rectangle color. I'll just take the orange. You take decimal values too. I'll put for outline. True or false? Okay, that's fine. The orange. False. I'll even do a check here. If legal health P1 is more than 0, let's do this whole thing. Yeah. Let's do this thing for player 2. Different coordinates here. Then 620 minus. Okay, let's see if that works. Maybe I did too much. Let's just do times 2 on these. Okay, hold on. Thinking of different coordinates now. From today, it's easy to do the math in my head. 640 divided by 320. So we want 310 and 36. Player one, 310. 310 minus 330. 330. The HP bar string going inwards instead of outwards. There you go. Okay. It's all working for the most part. I need something to happen once it hits 0. Yeah, I got some time. I should program what happens when someone hits 0. Hi, Aaron, welcome. Yeah, doing some quick programming. Did you just get here? I programmed a quick prototype. A one-button fighting game. Where a random prompt comes up at a random time. And the better player does the damage. I programmed in 2 prompts so far. Like this. You don't see the timer, but once it comes up, the player must perform the prompt. The better player does the damage. Yeah, you see that? This is the quick thing I've programmed here in about 4 hours. A quick prototype as proof of concept. I mean, I made this before, but I lost the original file, so I'm making it again. I'm naming it One Button Fury. I need to program real quick the conditions for when someone hits 0. Okay, how should I do this? Should I do this object here, the timer object? Maybe. Okay, okay, how should I do this? just put something real quick here. I don't know. Is it hard to program? I was gonna say it depends, but I guess generally speaking, yes. Look at all this code I have to write. This is just for a prototype. Like here's my timer object. Right here, I'm setting some global variables. And then in real time, I'm checking conditions. It's called a state machine. So you check on a variable. You give it a name. And then depending on what its name, it'll do things based on the state it's in. I'm trying to learn that, okay, I just give up. Yeah, it's one of those things you have to constantly grind your face into. But behold, a simple format of syntax is using if condition. So here, I'll tell you how things work in the rubber ducky explanation method. Right here, I define a variable, a global variable of timer, and that'll equal to, I forget if I have this screen here, I did it just in case. Okay, so timer is called, it has the variable named intro. Clock is set to 0. And in the step event, so it checks every frame. If global timer is on intro, then we check if player 1 and player 2 is ready and they are set to neutral. And the timer then is set to neutral. And then the timer is given, the clock is given a random range of 1 to 8 seconds. It could be anywhere in between. Right here, once we have a clock value, every step we go -1 because the frame rate is at 60. 60 means 1 second. We do -1 here. Every time we pass 60, we're going down by a second. And then, once the clock hits 0, it chooses a random prompt between quick draw or rapid tap, the two that I have programmed in so far. More to be added later. If it picks quick draw, if player 1 is in neutral state, it'll enter quick draw state. If player 2 is in neutral state, it'll enter quick draw state. This is important because I'm taking into consideration that a player is pressing way too soon. So they actually go into fail state and not enter quick draw state. Same thing with rapid tap. If the randomizer chooses rapid tap, if player 1 is in neutral state, we'll set it into rapid tap state. Same with player 2. The timer set to 2 seconds. So, during the quick draw state, first we have another timer to allow the players to perform the prompt within the time frame. And once the timer hits 0, we go to the end phase of the quick draw state. If player 1's speed is greater than player 2's speed, player 1 goes to win state, player 2 goes to lose state. Player 2's health goes down by player 1's speed. If player 1's speed is less than player 2's speed, player 1 then goes to lose state, and player 2 in win state. And player 1's health is subtracted by player 2's speed. If player 1's speed is equal to player 2's speed. Because that is a possibility. Both players go into tie state, no one loses health. Set a timer so people have enough time to see the results. I give them a second to look at the results. Same thing in rapid tap state. Get it for 2 seconds, 120 frames. So while the timer is more than 0, the clock I should say, you go down by 1 per frame. And once enough time has passed on that, you go to the end phase of rapid tap. If player 1 has pressed more times than player 2, player 1 is in win state, player 2 is in win... Okay, you get it. It's similar, but with a different condition. Same here. And then here, once we're done at the end phase, go back to neutral, pretty much. That's how we do the whole coding part here. Very very specific, very explained, very literal. Right here, the object for player 1. I set my 4 variables. Those are the 4 I need so far. Player 1's states, player 1's input, player 1's health, and player 1's speed. It's the same thing for the player 2 object. Same variable names except for player 2. And same values too. Now here, it checks. If you press a button, then it'll check which state you are in. If you pressed while there are no prompts, you're in fail state. And your value is set to 0. If the quick draw prompt is brought up, you're then brought into quick draw phase, and depending on the timer, your speed is set to the timer's variable value. And then right here, if we enter rapid tap prompt, state, whatever you want to say, then your player enters that phase. And each time you press, your speed value goes up by 1. This is important because we have a timer here for 120 seconds. I have to press as many times as I can in rapid tap phase to overpower the opponent. I get 2 seconds to press it, as much as I can. Right here, I've coded in to draw in the different sprites depending on what state they're in. They're neutral, quick draw, rapid tap, where they enter, they're in neutral position. If they pressed while there are no prompts, they're in fail state. They get the fail pose because they failed. Right here, if they pressed during a prompt, they get the pose where they're charging up to do their attack. And if they did the prompt better than the opposing player, they do the punch. And if not, they get the hurt. Same for player 2, except for player 2 sprite. Neutral. They press without a prompt, they fail. They press when there is a prompt, they charge up. They did better. They punch. They did worse. They hurt. So yeah, when writing code, it's very, very, very literal on how you say everything. Like you have to be super duper ultra mega hyper detailed. That's the main thing about coding. Like the engine will do exactly what you tell it to do. So if it does something wrong, it's because you told it to do something that you see is wrong with the code. Thank you for explaining it. Oh yeah, sure thing. That's how we figure out our code when we mess up. That's the rubber ducky method. We call it that because back in the olden days, when people were writing code, they would have rubber duck sitting right here, and they're explaining it to the rubber duck, reading line by line. What does this line do? It does X, Y, and Z. What about this line? That does A, B, and C. What about this one? That one does L, M, N, O, P. That is the rubber ducky method. Where you go back and read literally every single line to make sure it's doing exactly what you meant it to do. And it's it does get tiring after a little while, because the more you build your game, the more lines you have written, and therefore the more lines you have to read. Like, look at this. This alone, about 80 lines. Now for each player object, it's another like 10 to 20 lines. And then again for player 2. Which is the alphabetical order. There is an order, so to speak, but you have to define the order. Like I said, it is very, very, very super duper ultra mega hyper literal. So it could be alphabetical order if you tell it to be alphabetical order in the code. Now imagine trying to program for physics. Oh, gravity equals whatever value. What was it, like 9 point whatever meters per second or whatever. And then in that equation, there's also like air pressure to reduce it, blah blah blah. And then you gotta check for collision. If object touch ground, then stop gravity, blah blah blah. Normally everything will be just gone. Well, not necessarily gone. Depending on how you write the code and what you've told it wrong to do, you get an error or something will not work correctly, or just whatever. The engine will tell you eventually if you have done something wrong. Right now I have mostly everything I have here set up to work as I have intended, as I wanted to. But when something goes wrong, you will see it go wrong. You will just know, because you had this idea like, okay, I wanted to do this and to show this, and then it doesn't do or show the thing that you were expecting. You're like, huh, where did I go wrong? And then you're combing through all the lines of code again to see if you did something wrong. Sometimes it'll tell you on like the compile errors or on the outputs. My English is just small, it's not American. Oh, okay, fair enough. Now, the spam message. I only say about got it immediately, but now the spam message still showed up on my overlay. Hey. Yeah, right here. This is the app I use for doing multi-chat as Caster Labs. I was trying to see if I could delete that message from showing on my overlay, but whatever. Anyways. Yeah, that's what I got here. I got a prototype running for proof of concept with 2 prompts working. I'll work on the third one in a moment, I guess. Oh yeah, just to show this again. Full screen. Yeah, now you can see it on a bigger screen. So we'll please confirm. Wait for the prompt. Ah! Press! Oh, player 2 did it better. Ah! No, player 1 did it better. Oh yeah. How do I put graphics in the game? Okay, so here. On your list of assets, you gotta make sprite asset right here. I'm not gonna make any more because I already got them here. Then, in these sprite assets, you can edit the image. You can import images that you've made in another app. You can draw them in yourself. Blah, 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 like that. I'm not going to say that. And you give it a name. Do you need a very powerful PC just to do program? I imagine, like in my case, this game, it's gonna be 2D, small resolution, you know, just 640 by 360. So when upscaled, it'll fit most monitors without stretching in weird amounts. So, like this game I'm making, I mean, honestly, you could program this on a toaster. But say your game is like massive, 3D, with a lot of realistic physics, and you're compiling to run a test version of the game. Yeah, at that point, I imagine you would need some high processing power in your rig. So yeah, it depends on the scale of your game, pretty much. This game I'm making here, very small scale. You don't need that much, really. You could run this on your phone, honestly. yeah, that's the results of what I've got so far. Programming for about 4.5 hours. Let's see it again. Actually, let me do something real quick. Just add something real quick. If draw text. This is what I read. Did I get the font? I sure can. Font one. Arial. Hold on, give me a moment. I forget how to set fonts centered. I refer to it's here. That's all. It's extended. XY string. Between pixels. Backspace for line break. No, that's not it. Maybe it's gonna transformed. Ah, here we go. Offset line. Yeah, I don't really need this. I'll just have it use the default font. Where can I set this now? Set it. This is not the right thing I needed to set it to anyways. I'll set this to here just in case I need it. I don't know if it's checked based on the object it's in or if it's set to everything. So I'll set it to each object just in case. Okay, so right here. Copy paste, make it a little bigger. The global timer equals intro. Draw text. XY. Ready. That's all I need to do. Save. See if that shows up. Yeah, there we go. Both players best to be ready. And stuff happens. Oh, player 2 does damage. Ooh, now player 1 does damage. Okay. That was amazing, really. Oh, you know what? I'll have it more visually sensible. I'll do this. If they're interested, they actually won't draw anything. Something like that. See if that works. Okay, cool. They're not there until they enter. Yeah. Now it makes more sense. Oh. Oh, they were even. Oh, that one was faster. Ooh, they did it more. So yeah, that's the basic gist of the game. I'll add more prompts later. Oh, I have to go because I have to go tomorrow. It's almost 10 p.m. I can't stay home. Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, thanks for stopping by to begin with. Like, it really helps out to see that people actually want to watch me. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest for the next mission. Here I can set the scale. Let's see if that works. Oh, that works. Oh, let's get everyone more. That looks a little weird. I did it correctly and I guess I do. This still looks low though. Okay then. Well, at least I have the text here. Oh god, it looks terrible. Upscale it. All pixelated and all. But yeah, there we go. Most players come in, and then I do a prompt and a randomized time. Ouch! No sounds yet, of course. So yeah, that's what I got so far. That's where I'll call it for today. Continue with this later on tonight on the next stream. Work on programming the next prompt. And then, yeah. So yeah, God, I never know how to do an outro. I'm trying to think about it now. Like, I did have a kind of sort of formula in previous streams. Well, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what time I'll start. Might be later tonight, maybe tomorrow, early morning, depending on how I feel. But yeah, I'll do more game dev here, because I finally forced myself to start, which I've been putting off for the longest time. As here I am, finally, getting back into it. So yeah, thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. Follow me on the on all the different platforms. And I'll see you next mission.